Chrome. Beautiful. Right, let's get rid of that bookmark bar. Okay, we've got a couple of things that we want to do today. First thing is to kick off the build for the multi-factor authentication. So let's get that chugging. Make sure it's not on Fable because I've already eaten all of my Fable usage. We're going to set this into a loop. Complete units 3 to 6. Deploy together. Run QA tests against the specification. Stop if anything is ambiguous. I think that's about it. So we'll get that chugging. And while that's chugging today, we are going to have a look at rebuilding the marketing site, because while it looks really cool at the minute, I cannot get Google authenticated until Google understands what Fons does. And apparently the people at Google, love them, are causing me a bit of grief. So we'll get that going. Right, I've had another agent view it. That's interesting. "80 views. Someone's found it through Google too. That's interesting. Applebot. What is Applebot? This is getting more and more interesting every day. Let's have a little look at the dashboard. Let's refresh the data. See, I don't think this is working 100% correctly, the search console, because this is higher. Search clicks is at 5 in search console. Where are we? Get off. See, 5 and 168. That doesn't match up. Let's do a little bit of tab cleaning up before we go any further. Save these findings into a document under, where should we save it? Inspiration companies folder, 05 inspiration companies. Let's get that wrapped up. Still got a ticket open for the outreach. I need to grab the deck again. That's running. What was this? Is that running on Sonnet 2? Yeah. Save these findings in the relevant folder. We are going to look to integrate with the Google Drive today, so the founders can point their data room to the documents that are stored inside of their Google Drive. If no ticket already exists, create this as a backlog item. If a backlog item does already exist, make sure that the findings from this script are included inside of that ticket. Got the connectors in now. The connectors are going well. There's a lot in here that are planned that are not done. I think we can probably link this up pretty quickly. This is going to be a one-day jobby. We got Chart Mogul in yesterday, but I don't know anyone that uses Chart Mogul. If anyone in the chat does use Chart Mogul for their startup, let me know. I'll give you some early access and we'll get it tested. We've got Post-Hog, Plausible, Fathom, Mixpanel, Amplitude. They're all in. Google Search Console is in. That's the one that I need to check up on. Google Analytics. Google's the blocker. Then we've got the Cloudflare Analytics and Matomo, which is another one as well. Registry and Trust. I need to build this out. I also need to connect to the domain, because at the moment I've not set up the DNS for this. I need to go in and do that. I don't know if there is a more central place where I can find incorporation details and things like that. Then the accounting and financial, Xero, QuickBooks, Free Agent, and Open Banking is going to be the really interesting one. I don't know if they'll let me do that. If we can get access to Open Banking and we can get that synced into here, one, we'll probably have to sort out some sort of partnership agreement, but that is going to... That's the sort of information that is just gated behind everything. I'll have to speak to some people about that. Then GitHub's connected, npm, py, however you say it, I don't really know. And then we've got to do the App Store, Google Play, and then Product Hunt as well for the launch record. Then finally we've got MailChimp, Kit, Beehive. The CRM one's going to be a big one. I think there's like 4 or 5 different integrations that are coming in as part of the CRM. We've got HubSpot, we've got a bunch of others. What that's going to do is basically show the pipeline of the business in the platform. So then when an investor comes to look at your business, they can see how much you've got in the pipeline. You know, if your pipeline's completely dry, that could potentially be a bit of a red or an amber flag. Certainly if you're pre-revenue. Might see if we can get this streaming out to LinkedIn as well. I don't know if I can add streams after we've started. Let's have a look. Doesn't change. You cannot change these settings while you're live. That's fine. We'll do that next time. Add a custom destination for LinkedIn. Let's get that set up. I'm ready. And I think if I remember rightly, it was under... I think you click here. No. It's not here at all. You come into here, you do create an event. Then you've got online. Then you've got LinkedIn Live. Event name. Copy that in. Time zone. I need to do one of these cover images. Maybe that's what we'll do this morning while Claude's pinging away in the background. Make some sort of a thumbnail that we can reuse everywhere. Have I got a Photoshop tab? No, I do not. Yeah, see, the search impression is still not updated, even though it pulled it. Let's kick off a new tab for that. Okay, that's added. That's saved. Perfect. Right. Okay. So I've refreshed the Google Search Console data this morning, and what I'm noticing is there's no parity between the results on Google itself and the dashboard widgets. So search clicks inside of the Search Console show us 5 and we're showing us 4, and the search impressions on Fons is showing us 159, and on Google Search Console it is 168. Let's do some investigation work to understand why it's not pulling through the latest data. I should get an agent running on that. Oh, you're gonna have to excuse me sniffing today. I've got chronic hay fever. I need to go and take some tablets, really. See if we can clear it, but we'll see how we get on. I don't know if I can block it out and noise gate it. Agent reads is up. That's really good. That's part of the North Star of the platform, is to see how many agent reads we can actually get on the profile. And part of the new website has got all of the information on the connectors and the MCPs and things like that. Need to make a skill. There's probably going to be one skill, but that skill will span across all of the different account types. Or maybe I'll do different skills. Maybe there'll just be a skill for the founder, skill for the company and product. Can probably merge those two together as it comes under a single product. And then we need to add in the skill for the investor and also for recruiters as well, because that's something that I'm going to target at some point in the future. Right, before I sniff everybody to death, I'm going to go and grab some tablets quickly, so I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay. You are going to have to put up with me eating for a little bit because I need to feed the hay fever. It's killing me. It's not going to be a healthy breakfast. Let me just say that. We've got marshmallow, we've got a Mars bar, we've got a cookie, I've got some hula hoops. And a can of Monster. Because we're going to hit that early this morning. I need that. Not been sleeping the last couple of nights. It's just been so hot. Right, so we've got an agent running. Let's have a look. So shrink the interval. I don't know why we wouldn't use the streaming infrastructure on the dashboard. So what's basically happening is the refresh is happening. It is picking up the right numbers in the database. But it's now bricked apparently, which tells me that one of the integrations is finishing. Yep. That's fine. Search console counter doesn't need, no. Not really sure what the answer is. It's supposedly got the right numbers, so. It's quite interesting looking at the queries. So the top queries are obviously Fons. Create a small URL. Fons C, Fons and founders. It's interesting, very interesting stuff. How's this doing? Right, I think. Oh, it's clean. It's building. Building. Once this is in, the investor profiles technically exist, which is quite cool. So what that essentially means is when an investor buys a seat on the platform, they can now basically call the Fons database directly, and based on the filters that they select or their thesis, they can now find profiles and companies that match them. Just going to keep smashing through everything until the hay fever fucks off. Can we just appreciate the size of that marshmallow? It's massive. Cool. All the auth tests are passing. That's all committed now. So we should be able to get in a second and have a look at the investor integrations. And I'm going to sneeze. Fuck my life. It's death. If anyone else suffers with hay fever, you know exactly what I'm going through. I've had the jab as well, the 𝐀𝐬𝐸𝐫 jab, but it's just not touching it this time. It started off fine. I might have to get a top up, but it's just brutal now. Absolutely brutal. Claude's first fuck up of the day. It's missed the live 𝐿𝐸𝐺𝐸 config. See that? That's not right. So on the dashboard, I have hard refreshed with Control-Shift-R, but the old results are still showing. It's still showing 4 clicks and 159 sessions, so something isn't working. Fix it, Claude. Come on. Right, what I needed to look at was the design MD, because I'm pretty sure we pulled one similar to Apple. And then we basically tinkered it to what we wanted. I think the biggest problem with these is the, so it's got canvas parchment, footer tiles, because I don't really want the page to be fully white or with the fully grainy gradient that we've got today. It's going to need to have some sort of dividers. I can show you the design, or the rough design. I took some inspiration from a couple of different sites. I want to pull those pieces together, build something quite unique. So, standard sort of stuff. Logo, top left, nav, platform, which will probably talk about all of the features and what's included inside of the Fons platform. The solutions, so we've got founders. We've got, I can't remember how I split it. Founders, investors, and then a more generic use case. I think I'll probably add a few more into there though. I mentioned recruiters as well. I think recruiters will probably get quite a lot out of this if they're looking specifically for founders for companies. resources. So that's where we're going to store the documentation for the MCP and CLI skills. We'll add some API docs in there as well. I'll probably put a few tutorials and things like that in there, like how you can use it to get the most out of it. Basically, just trying to get the most for your money. I don't think £29 a month is extortionate for what you're going to be getting. I think by the time that this is done and it's got its full agentic mode and things like that, I don't think there's going to be anything like it on the market. Pricing. Anyone can go on and make a profile for free. I'll drop the link in the chat right now. So you can just go to fons.vc. And it's not exclusive to founders. Anyone can go on and make it. You can make a profile for you know, you can use it as a bit of a CV, a bit of a portfolio. I think some people have been using it for that. I think we're up to about 20 signups in total now, or something along those lines, so it's doing pretty well. Considering we've not actually pushed it anywhere. You know, we're streaming the build, but coming back to the website, so log in and get started. We'll have the dark mode switch up the top as well. Let me add that in before I forget. I'm not so sure whether not so sure whether I will add the agent to the site. We'll see about that, see how I get on. So something that I really liked, a lot of this content is from one particular site. I can't remember the name of it, but I've taken little snippets so you can sort of see the idea anyway. They basically have this call out pill that just sits above the hero image, and all that does is it's basically like a bit of a news feed, I think. So here, announcing the Presences API, go to that, it takes you to a page that sort of explains what the Presences API is. Obviously we're deploying at quite a fast pace, so what I'm thinking is that when something new is released and we do actually get into a proper release cadence where we're pushing things out and sort of committing them on a weekly basis, we can start updating that pill so then everyone can see the latest stuff that's out. Until then, I'm just going to keep pushing the updates to the Discord. Then H1 title and then the subheading. I think everyone knows that's sort of standard stuff. I really like the buttons from another site that have got the little logos on them. The way that the logos sort of stand out against the buttons on here, because it is black and white and it's sort of like grainy, and it sticks out quite a lot. So that's really good. Then we've got that's the company, Appright. Forgot it in there. Then we'll pop in a screenshot or a big product mock-up, probably of the dashboard. I think the dashboard's probably the best thing. We've then got the Fons connectors, so we'll have the little mini icons for all of the connectors that we support. It'll either be the agents that it supports, so ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, all of the others, or I'll put in the little icons for the platforms that we're integrated to. I might do that further down because there's an integration section down here. Actually, the integration section probably lends itself more to having the agents down here, so let's shrink that a little bit. this is a showcase of the agents supported. ChatGPT, Claude, etc. And this is important. This is kind of one of the big parts of the platform, right? Every profile that's made, unless it is hidden, private, or specific to investors, it can all be found on ChatGPT. You know, and I think this is one of the big things that's being pushed at the moment. It is around discoverability using agents, and unless it's set up, you have your platform set up in that way, very, very rarely do the agents read your sites, for one, and two, can't find your content. It just doesn't know who you are. So this sort of solves that problem as a bit of a double-barreled solution. Then we have the platform and the product section. So in the platform and product section, we'll go through and then we'll sort of add cards in. We'll show the dashboard, we'll show the different profiles, the data room, the due diligence module, connectors. There's other ones in there as well. So there's going to be an academy, and the academy is basically like a startup. Here's what you need to be putting into your system. Basically, you need to be building out these document sets. You need to be building out some sort of connectors and integrators. You need to make sure that you've got a good payment provider. I'm not going to plug Stripe directly, but I've got a call with Stripe next week. I need to check the date on that actually. See if we can integrate with Stripe Connect, which would be a really good thing. We might be able to partner with them on something like this. And then I will probably put in here, this big one's probably going to be the investors. So do you work in venture capital or angel investing? And then sort of link that out to one of the solutions pages. Quote, I need to speak to one of the users that we've got already, get a bit of feedback from them, see if they'd be happy to share a quote on the site. Integration section, that's basically just going to showcase how you can do all of the different integrations, and then that'll link off to the resources page. Agent supported, we've kind of got that on the site already, just need to copy that across. Top level use cases, pricing, and then the bottom CTAs. Pricing is going to be interesting. I'm not completely sold on what I'm going to do with that yet. I know that I've got a rough idea of how much Harmonic is charging now per seat. And Harmonic is obviously one of those platforms that sort of sits in the venture space. People are moaning about the per seat pricing. We're going to have to do per seat pricing, but we're not going to charge £500 a seat like they do. That's just wrong. Very, very wrong. I should probably check that this is actually streaming to X. It is, that's good. I've just had a response from X saying my request for Lewis builds was declined. Thank you for your interest. The premium handle is exclusively available to our full access premium business subscribers. What? Upgrade your account today at premium business switch to unlock. Right, go on then. So how much do X want to charge me to upgrade to the business tier then? Link doesn't even work. Excellent. So that's 2 for 2 now that they've declined, by the way. I think I might just align everything with a full name, I guess. Can't get my actual name, that's blocked as well. That's fine. Right, what we got going on? So okay, I think this is having dramas. What is the exact so I am on the dashboard. Network, let's give that a refresh. Responses, where's the responses? Dashboard. Response. Is that failing? That's just a massive cookie. Or is it that one? It's that one. Right. Here we go. Response. So we are looking for search clicks 28 days. 5. So when I look in the networks tab and I look at the dashboard request a response tab for search clicks 28 days, I can see that it is showing 5. So the widget on the front end is not updated, it's still showing 4. So that might be some sort of weird, strange hard cache there. And this is the same for search impressions as well. So something is blocking the visual update on the front end. The data is definitely correct. It has now updated, so something is going up with that. Right, where else are we? We have right, I think the multi-factor auth is live as well. Let's kill off Figma. So what do we need to look at? Login and enroll challenge screen, investor settings, account. Not on me. God knows. Right. So I need to go to here, two-factor authentication. So then you scan it and set it up. So what happens if I log out and I come back in? Is it going to ask me for 2FA? Not yet. Okay, so log in and enroll challenge screen. I'm going to pull up the admin tab on another screen. Can't leak PII. Investor seats, there we go. Two-factor is required for this action. Okay. I mean, that's interesting at least. Right, well, let's try and set up the two-factor authentication, see if it works. It's going to be a bit annoying for testing, but... hay fever, it's killing me. Oh, I'm going to go again in a minute. Oh. 2FA, let's scan the code. There we go. What does it come up with though? Is it going to come up with a nice shiny little Fons logo? It's just stuck on loading at the minute. I don't know what that logo is. So one thing I've noticed when I'm saving the two-factor authentication setup is the logo is pulled through incorrectly. It seems to have the other Fons logo, the music one, not the one from the Fons site. So I'm not sure how the logos are detected. Is that something that we can fix, or is that a problem with Authy? Right, what else we got to do? I think I might start getting it to give me a test plan at the end of every deployment. Before I set that up, let's see if we can get that logo fixed. Let's see what it says. Because actually, once this piece is done, we can then start working on the really interesting bits. Here we've got the things like your Xero, your QuickBooks, your free agent and stuff like that. Right. There we go. Just like that. It's also fixed the dashboard as well. So now it does actually pick it up. I'm not sure what it was doing though. There we go. Look at that. We can come in here and we can set targets and things like that as well, which is quite cool. So what do we want? We want 1,000 impressions over 30 days. Site visits. Let's shoot for 10,000 visits a month, shall we? Two users. I think the dashboard still needs a little bit of work, but it's certainly getting to a point where it's actually useful. I actually log in daily now and look at the dashboard, which is quite cool. I need to sort out the morning brief as well. I think the morning brief should just do a summary of everything that's integrated. Interesting. I do really need to move this across to the VPS as well, which means I need to go and auth myself with 𝐻𝐻𝐻, because apparently I was a flight risk to 𝐻𝐻𝐻, even though I've been paying them like, what, $4 grand a year or something like that for the other server. So it's always been paid on time. I think we've overpaid a couple of months as well. What other ones have they got then? Because I think we're using that, but Nintendo. What's the Nintendo one? Crazy. BMW. See, I like the square buttons on BMW. That's the one complaint I have about Apple, is the rounded buttons. Everybody knows those rounded buttons from Apple. So might have to make a slight pivot, maybe. Slight pivot. Badges and avatars. Again, I think the problem with this is I can't see any like levels. I'm looking for a design system that's got like broken level. When I say levels, like different color backgrounds and things like that. Did Apple have all of the feature cards and all of that stuff? No, and that's probably why it's crapping out. Oh god. Touch targets. See, I don't think it's respecting this at the minute, these sizes. And I think that's part of the problem with the site. So actually, when we're designing the mock-up, we probably need to build it to 1440 because that is the content lock. Full layout, 4 to 5 column store grids. Probably keep this really straightforward. Do 4, 3, 2, 1. The grids. So what would that look like? Let's add a new frame, shall we? There we go, wireframes, 1440. It's already got it in there. It knows, it knows. Let's do a little bit of building now, shall we? I don't know if I can actually make this 100% or if it's going to look shit on the... So that would live there. I don't know what the... How much of a space do we have at the top at the minute? I think it's fixed height. Yeah, 70 high. And then the logo is 27 high. So it's sort of like that. We don't want a grid, we want columns. Desktop we said was going to be 4 columns. So then we can sort of see how that would work, because then you've got the navigation bar, which would sit in the middle. Got a really nice navigation bar on the site at the minute. This sort of like rounded scrolling one. So that kind of needs to condent into there. What's the height on that? 56. And then it's got 18 rounded corners like that. I think it said 18. It looks more than that. So then we'd snap the nav to that. Have all of the nav icons inside of there. So what did we say we'd have? Platform, solutions, resources, da 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 da. What I do really like, what was the site? Was it Mixpanel? I think it was Mixpanel. It was not Mixpanel, it was the other one. It was Amplitude. They've got a really nice mega menu where you hover over it and then it sort of expands the menu, adds a nice sort of like overlay in the background. And then as you scroll it sticks. What I find interesting though is that they have the nav pretty much butted up against that within a bit. So let's give it 40 padding. A little bit like that. And then they've got their CTAs over the side. Sort of looks a little bit like that. And then as they hover over that, what it does is basically, it doesn't do that at all. So it comes down and then it makes that sort of effect. So then you've got the menu items at the top and then it pops down with the content for each of them. Looks really smart. And then we've got the call out pill just underneath. That is a 999. And that is from, forgot the site again. Right. Let's take a little bit of inspo. So what's the size of their pill? It's 30 in height. Looks like it's 30. Yeah. So that sort of lives like that. Uh, 64. I think we could probably do that. Because when you hover that, that overlays that. I think this is why they probably push for 5 columns, because if there's 5 columns, you've then got that central column which would technically make the call out. So it would span like, not like that at all, sort of there to there, and that gives you your little so and so is now live thing. Then we've got the H1 title. Haven't quite decided what that's going to be yet. But what we do have is the sizing, and that comes back at 54. That didn't change, did it? 54. That's better. I think that can probably live somewhere like that. That's got to be center aligned like that. And then underneath it we have the little subheading row. We've got subheading already on the site, so we can grab the styling from that. That comes in at, it's like 18 font, 18.888. It's just whatever's on the design MD, so fine, whatever. Have we got that on here anywhere? Does not need to be 70, does it? For the sake of just getting it right, let's just paste this in for a second. This is all going to change because the actual positioning is different now, but we can put that in there anyway. Just gives you an idea of what it'll look like. It's probably going to be a little bit more than that. I might try and break it to 3 lines. And then we've got the call to actions. The call to actions are definitely on here somewhere. They're pictures. I'll just mock them for now, that's fine. We'll do this bit and then we'll come back and have a look at what's been spat out. So that is 52 high on the main CTA. Get that central. Where's the center? There's the center. All of a sudden you can start seeing the vision a little bit. Probably add a bit more space into it. Right, okay, let's take a pause there. Let's come back to the agent. Let's have a little look, see what it has done. So we have got okay, so I think it's patched up the QR code. I know this is such a silly little thing, but at the same time we want it to be right. So actually if you're coming in and you're going to your account and you're setting up your 2FA, we now scan that, still comes up with the wrong logo. Fuck me. Let's give that a hard refresh, see if that changes anything. Same thing. That's fine. Let's just use a generic logo for now. So the QR code has no image at all, just text. I mean, it picks the... It's fine, it's fine. Let's not overthink this. We can come back to this later. Once we've got a bit more domain authority, it might just pick it up. So... Right, so that's one authenticator added. We can add a backup authenticator as well, just in case, but that's fine. We'll worry about that later. Okay, so with that added, we now need to come back up here and I need to go to the private channel and check the admin seats. Perfect. So seats are now working. The investor seats are now working. So they must already have a Fons account. So let's try and do my personal one. That needs to be a bit of a lookup. So I'm now testing the investor seats page. On the investor seats section in the admin panel, the email itself should be a lookup, a populated lookup, instead of it being a free text entry. So the email address field, you should be able to search in there by email or by handle. The firm also needs to not be optional. The firm is something that we should be storing at very least for each of them. We should add a drop down to this that says whether they are part of venture capital or an angel investor or both. And the vetting note needs to be more than just a single line. It needs to be a multi-line text input field. Let's get that updated. Certainly with a firm, we need to make sure. So basically what I'm trying to do is make sure that the data is secure and the people that are signing up to these investor seats do actually have an interest in investing in these companies, and they're not just joining up to basically scrape the data. So we'll see. Right, I need to blow my hooter, 2 seconds. Right, that's better. Okay, so the authentication is working. I need to probably tidy these pages up a little bit. There's just strange bits where there's no pad in between them, like that two-factor authentication. Why is there no pad in between the two? Right. think it would also be good to maybe have a label against them. So like with Authenticator there, I've linked that up with Authy. So I should be able to type Authy, you know? So if I come back in and I need to edit that at some point, I know what one it is, edit or remove it. So it's run the migration, the investor filter in there. Cool, that's chugging. While that's chugging away, let's flip back over to Figma and we'll start adding some extra bits in. So we've said that we've got the CTAs and then we want a big mock-up. So I think the mock-up probably needs to span the 3 central columns. It's going to probably all come down a little bit as well. So if that is the top of the browser, I want that to be probably 600 maybe. So that can fall just below the page fold down here somewhere, which then means that all of this stuff can come down. So then we've got the little connector bar underneath it. This is basically just going to be a scroller. So so they've got it centrally aligned there. That looks really good. Looks like a similar size to that. So let's go to the website and have a look, see what styling it's got. So that's 18, that's 15. So I think 18 is probably about right. What we want to say, what do they say? Optimize for frameworks. Built with connect with the most common platforms all under one Fons profile. Something along those lines. It's not enough room, is it? Something along those lines. See about MCP. Data is something along those lines. That needs to be smaller, I think. Yeah, probably needs to be 14. So then this is the fun bit, the platform and the product section. So again, we need another header. This is going to be a H2 header. So the H2 headers are, I don't think they're the same size. I mean, it is the same size, but I don't think it should be the same size. I think that probably needs to be 48. Probably medium as well. We've got semi-bold and bold. Medium. So we need to come up with a catchy title. The ultimate toolkit for data rooms due diligence. Data rooms due diligence and discovery. Something along those lines anyway. Make sure there's plenty of space. And then once we've got that, we're looking at two side by side with a gap in the middle. Hey Stella, yeah, not too bad at all, thank you. How are you? I don't know what Botrix is doing. Yeah, I don't often stream on Kick, so I don't know what's going on. It's all over the place. What is half of? 856. Divide that by 2 because my maths isn't mathsing this morning. 248. My life. 248. Are we close? 428. No, not even close. That can be square. And you cocked it up. because there needs to be the gutter in the middle. How wide is the gutter? So we take 10 off of that, makes that 418 by 418. Take that over there, wonderful. Right, okay. I'll keep the gutter in there for now so we can measure out the others. So we wanted to go 2 across and then 3. So then we've got 1, 2, 3. Ideally we want to make it so they are all the same, so then it looks nice and uniform, a bit like that. And then we're going to have one left column and then one larger one, so it'll be like this. And then we're going to have one over here which is kind of like a see all features or something like that. Cool, get rid of the gutter. Then underneath that we're going to have some kind of a quote of some description. Quote needs to be a relatively decent size. Probably something like that. Something really in your face like, Fons has helped me to pull all of my data from messy separate platforms into one canonical profile, something like that. And then underneath it, who it was. Be Joe Blogs, of course. CEO of blogging. Something like that. That keeps a nice. What's that, 80? Let's pull that down. White space, and then we need the integration section, and this is where we refer back to the main site. What was I thinking around this? I was thinking MCP, CLI, skills, API, markdown. So that needs to probably be a larger section, a little bit like that. And the way I had this on the main home page is, so we've got the profile on one side and then the example connectors on the side, so you can do that. Little toggle which has got profile, company and products. but I'm going to try and come away from that a little bit because I want to refocus it around what it can do, basically. So instead, maybe each of these needs to be its own how can we make that happen? Probably need something to say go to the docs or something along those lines. I'm not sure. MCP CLI. MCP non-snap. There we go. Because we had the agents underneath it there. So that's one of these again. Throw that underneath there. Get a snap. And then in here we're going to say built with SEO, AEO, and GEO in mind. Get found. Use your profile with the most popular something like that. Don't install the Fons skill for easier access to your data and the Fons network. Something like that. Then we've got the use cases. The use cases are going to be the interesting bit. So again, we're going to have these 80. There we go. Probably need some sort of a header. So here we go. That's the toolkit. They're the features. That explains the integrations, so that is going to need another header. What's the gap? 80. For founders, investors, and more, or something like that. Built for founders, investors, and maybe built for the startup ecosystem or something like that. And then in here we can say this is for, let's go a little bit bigger, 360 maybe. Then in here you've got your for founders, investor use case, and then add a little. Let's do a little CTA underneath that, I think. Well, it needs to be something that says something along the lines of 1, 2, 3, 4. So your Fons profile, company and product data can be used everywhere. Find out, explore other use cases or something like that. So then what that might do is get people to start thinking in their mind how they can use the data that they've put into the system for other things as well. Because, you know, you get your markdown file, you can use that. And I think I've said this before, right? If you're a founder, you're obviously building out your data room and your due diligence. They're your two main things that this is built for. But if you're just anybody, you know, if you're building or if you're looking for a job or you just want to make a profile, you can essentially use the profile data to get Claude or Codex or whatever to make you a portfolio. Literally portfolios, CVs. You could probably get it to do copywriting and things like that based on who you are. Pricing is the next bit. Pricing is probably going to be very similar. I wanted to check how other people are showing pricing. So they are have a small sliver and then they send people to their pricing plans. I don't hate that. What I quite like actually is the way that on some of them they are aligned over this side. This is messy Figma and nobody should be making it like this. This is just a quick scrappy go. Right, let's take a pause on Figma because Claude is back. No, wrong one. Where are we? That's the app right page. Right, come back to here. Let's give that a refresh. So we've now got the admin links back. Let me just give that a refresh. I can't show that on the screen, unfortunately. So perfect. So that now pulls back the accounts. The firm is Fons Ventures. I am technically angel investor. Betting note, very trustworthy. the seat. So if I grant the seat, that grants the seat, revoke it, and reset the two-factor authentication. Perfect. Okay, so that is working. I've got to go up a little way now. I've lost it. Let's come back to that because we're at massive content. I don't know where my plugins have gone. I had a plugin that showed. It's out of date. That'd be why. I need to knock that aircon up a bit. It's freezing in there. Right, why is that? There we go. It's back. Hay fever. Whoever invented hay fever. Oh, I need shooting. Honestly, it's terrible. Right, so wait, that's compacting. Okay, so with the work that we've just completed, I have set up two-factor authentication and confirmed that it's working. I have added an investor account using a secondary email for testing purposes. What else needs testing on the investor side of things? Does the investor role already have access to the public profiles? Draw me up a small test plan on what needs completing. Let's give it a bit of that and let's see what it comes back with. Right, while that's chugging, what was on the other tab? Nothing. We had a bit of a cleanse. That's fine. So once this is done, once I've checked that everything is working, we can then get it to work on the next thing. Where's that gone? I thought I had a... What's it under? It's under the backlog, product backlog. 𝐿0, there we go. So once the inv one is done, then we have got the accounting connectors. We've got App Store and Play developers for mobile developers. We've got some sort of HR system that I've never heard of before. Compliance postures, so that is with Vanta and Drata. We then have the customer support health scores with the Zendesk, Intercom, Help Scout. There's probably others that we need to add into there, but we'll come back to that. Then we needed to add in the unit economics. That's dropped. Right, while that is going, we need to have a look at the open banking API. Okay. Oh, that really doesn't tell us much. TrueLayer, open banking. Maybe we can use TrueLayer. That is worth a little look. Only authorised organisations can use open banking APIs. In the UK, the FCA regulates all open banking providers. Other countries and regions have their own regulators. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that. Okay, let's get Claude to have a little look into that then. Oh god, we have a big test plan. Let's stop then, and let's come back to this. So, right, so two different things. The investor role grants nothing, it's just a label, that's fine. Investor seat is the real entitlement. Public profiles are already public to anyone, seats needed for those. Fons VC company, Metricons Fons, 0 gated. The problem with nothing set to gated. Seat viewing Fons has the same public numbers that everyone sees, and the headline demonstration isn't stageable until you flip at least one metric to gated. Okay, so let's go into key metrics. What have we got in here that is private? Not so sure that's right, because that is definitely search clicks and search impressions. I thought that was showing on the dashboard. Oh yeah, it is, that's fine. I'm losing the plot. So there is gated in there. Unknown metric. Grab a quick screenshot of the test plan, because I do actually need to test all about that. I'm gonna make some notes as we go, because there's definitely some stuff wrong. So first thing I noticed when I was trying to flip the search clicks and the search impressions from public or private to gated, it's coming up saying unknown metric when I hit save. That's number one. If I flip customers to gated, is that gonna... Yes. So then we need to open a new tab. I will sign in as my other account. Amazing. And then I want to go to the Fons company, which is that one. So if I go to there, finish two-factor authentication setup to see the account settings. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, interesting, okay. So actually when I log into the investor account and I go to the /companies page, it shows all 18,309 companies. Okay. Okay. I think we'll come back to that. Right, public metric, identify the value in the seat, gated, hidden on the public page, full value in the seat view. So if I now come to, go back, let's open a new incognito tab and then go there. That's killer, that is. Log out. So when I'm logged out, I don't see that investor view. That's good. That is what we're expecting. Okay, that works. So then if we flip that metric to private, which was the customers, flip that to private, and then save that, relog back in on this one. Nice, so the two-factor authentication is gating. That needs to tidy up the design though. We also need to tidy up the design of the set up the two-factor authentication when the user or the investor signs in. At the moment, it's got the title, the subtitle, and then the scan part looks center aligned, but everything else is left aligned on the page. It looks really bad. That's fine. Oh, that's probably a bug. When it asked me to add the authenticator as a first time login as an investor, when I click start over, it actually took me to the profile instead of forcing me to set up the two-factor authentication. That feels like a broken authentication method, so that needs to be fixed. If we are going to enforce that investors have two-factor authentication set up on their account, they should not be able to click anything to bypass it to actually get into the platform until a two-factor authentication key has been set up and then provided. Start there. That's bad. That's a bad one. Yeah, that's a bad one. We'll have to come back to that. Right, what is it doing? Right, 3 real bugs. Let me investigate all 3. Metric keys is missing for the search console keys. That's bad. Hey, everything that we catch means that it's not going to be a problem on the other side. I need to grow my TikTok. I need to get 1,000 followers on TikTok so we can start pushing this out to TikTok as well. How do you use TikTok? I think I'm gonna have to start posting out some meme content about Fons. It's gonna be the only way, right? Ugh. Right, so the security boundary, investor account, MFA viewing published funds profile. There's a disconnect at the minute. So when you log in as the investor, there's no like directories or it probably needs to be called like directories or deal source, or probably just directory, I think. I think inside of that directory, that is just going to show everything. It will show the personal profiles that are public. It will show the company profiles and the product profiles. I think what I might build as well for the dashboard is a feed widget. And then I'm just going to speak this into existence. A feed widget. Then on the feed widget, anybody that's got a public profile, I think it'll show something like has connected X, where X is like the system and things like that. Maybe has released product. I think the company profiles in here. Yes, it has got visibility in it. So if the company is public and the products are added, it immediately shows what products are launched. But then that needs a little toggle for live or pre-launch or launched. And then we've got the distribution part of that. This needs patching up, but you've got like product hunt, you've got micro launch, right? This is broken. I don't know how to get rid of that. There we go. That's not the way to do it, but that's fine. So then you post in your product hunt link, you post in your micro hunt link. I need to test all of this links back with the markdown files and stuff like that as well. I think it does. Let's try it. We've got a product and product hunt. We've got our old one, which is, what's this? Full duplex voice for ChatGPT. That sounds interesting. Lisper. I shouldn't laugh, but how could you call a voice program Lisper? Lisper. That is not. I don't know. I probably wouldn't invest in that myself just on that premise. That's funny. Right, let's try the ready set launch one. View. this the public page? I think so. So if I add that into there, save. I'll take micro launch out for now. Save. And then I go to .md and then I go to product. Yeah, see, it adds the link in there. It's got it. It is set up. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I need to fix this though, because that's triggering. That in itself is quite a cool use case though. If you've got an agent profile for your product and it shows all of the distribution platforms, I can imagine the backlinks that will create is just out of this world. We're gonna have to do a big old red teaming exercise at the end of this before we get more and more profiles on it. Right, that's what I was gonna do. So I have been looking into the open banking API to see if there is something that we can use to get read-only access for the banking metrics that we spoke about. These metrics would include the cash in the bank, the monthly burn, and the runway. What I have seen so far, just looking through a few of the different APIs, is that most of them need a banking license. One example that I found is TrueLayer, who owns that API layer. Don't know why it's added a question mark in there. That's not a question. Can you do some research and confirm whether this is the case? Don't spin up loads of sub agents because you did that yesterday. Just use this shell to research it directly. It spun up 98 agents yesterday. To come back to the data room template as well. So what if we go in there at the moment? Cap table, incorporation and articles, IP assignments, financial models, financials and accounts. Abstraction and cohorts. Team and ESOP. See, the team shouldn't be. Key contracts, compliance and insurance. We need to tighten this up a little bit. So there was a template that I got yesterday from Mr. Sam Marchant, very kindly. Where did it go? Oh, all of his emails go to spam. So annoying. There. Let's throw that on the other tab if I can. Check that over there. So this is just a very high level data room template specifically for forward pursuit. Obviously there's going to be different things that each investor wants to see, but I think that this is a really good starting point for what the actual data room is going to look like. I think the biggest selling point between us and others that are doing it, we're not going to get you to upload your documents to the site. Right, you already own the documents, you own the data. We're going to pull that data out of your Google Drive, or you can link it to Notion, or however you're keeping them. Right, data security is such a big thing these days, and there are so many platforms that are spinning up right now that are just sat there going, oh well, just upload your contracts. That just doesn't sit right, you know. There's no reason all of this stuff in here can't just be linked. So this does bring me back to the navigation though, because at the moment we've got them all split by profiles and stuff like that, and I'm thinking might need to align it more towards the old school SaaS, where you kind of have the left menu or the left navigation. I didn't really want to do that, but long term this is all going to be agent driven. You're going to be speaking to an agent saying, I want you to connect to my Stripe or something like that, and it'll just pop up with the action to do it. Connect, disconnect. But this is something more long term. For the time being, we need to make sure that the data's in the platform, it's secure, and the accounts are all linked up properly. Oh, I've just clicked the bloody game. Close. Right. So your read is correct. It's not framed as you need a banking license. Right, okay. So I think so if you only use the bank data internally, e.g. an affordability check, and never show it back to the user, outside of the regulatory perimeter and no registration is needed. The moment you display the data or a publicly derived metric back to a user, on an ongoing basis in your own UI, which we want to do, you're in scope for AIS and you need your own authorization. Okay. Okay, so it looks like open banking might be off the cards. For now, at least. I'm not going to say forever. Once we get some cash flow in, we can probably register with the FCA. But I'm looking at this. FCA application fee is £1,500. Ongoing license fee for a year is somewhere between £600 and £1,000 a year. For what, I don't know. Probably to be FCA certified. Professional indemnity, real quotes, 2.5k to 6k. Business plan, governance structure, risk management, wind down plan submitted to the FCA, and no publishable turnaround time. But that doesn't block us using Xero and stuff like that. That is in Xero and QuickBooks profit and loss and balance sheets, and accounting software APIs sit completely outside of the open banking and AIS regime. No FCA involvement, just the Xero into its own commercial app review process. That's fine. Okay, so with that in mind then, update the 𝐀𝐬𝐩𝐫𝐭𝐢𝐶 ticket and the other related open banking connectivity ticket. We need to reject and decline the open banking work as that falls outside of the reach, but we should keep the Xero and the QuickBooks and any other accounting software connectors that we can get access to. Clear that up. Right. Okay, so we are now in a spot where we will come back to here. I'm going to log out of the current one. So let's log out of here. Come back in as my personal email. And this should force me or break the login. That breaks. Okay, the login flow for this currently breaks. It goes from the landing page to the pop-up login form to the /login page, and when I land on the /login page, it's a completely blank screen. we need to actually remove the /login page completely, as the login sequence. Oh no, let's not do that. Let's not do that, because I'm gonna bake that into the new site. When I refresh the page after it lands on the broken /login page, it does then actually show the QR code, but not until I've refreshed it. So something's broken in the auto loop. Too many attempts. What? Okay. Been blacklisted by my own app. I'm now also blocked out with a too many attempts message on the sign in. What I would like is to see if there's some sort of way that we can bypass this, so if it comes up and someone's trying to basically DDoS someone's account, they get an email that allows them to do like a magic link sign in. That feels important. Okay, that's fine, that's updated. Yeah. Right, so that's going to fix the blank screen bug. That'll be a good fix. Why is the thing locked up? Right, let's come back to Figma for 2 minutes. Right, so where's that? That one, and then that one is down there. We want to say something with we have worked with the worked with starter, we have spoken to founders, worked with startups, attended events, those lines, I don't know. That's fine. What are you doing? That's fine, that's fixing that. Okay, pricing. This is where we got to. Oh, why did it do that? Something like that. Because ultimately what we're trying to do is to give people a platform that works for them, it's not going to have stupid pricing. Maybe let's just do a standard pricing, shall we? So then we've got, just think of the tiers. So we've got the free, we've got the let's just do free plus growth, and then investors, and then probably recruiters as well. Maybe instead of recruiters, we'll just do custom. A little bit of research, so so what do you get under the free tier? You get your, first things first, I need to, let's write it on a card. So what does free get you? Free, it gets you your first things first, there's no credit card. I feel like that's a big catch for a lot of people. That is a very, very kind offer. What's the catch? I've got a feeling you've just copy and pasted that, the speed that those messages come through. I know absolutely nothing about Kick. Nothing at all. So you're going to have to give us a bit of context there. So we've got then we are going to do a personal profile. You get your markdown support. What else is in there? I can't remember. It's quite a lot now, it's growing at pace. There we go. Oh, fuck, that's going to get annoying. Looks good though. Trying to, so what have they got? Free, pro, and then custom. They've got free plus. Maybe we do free, pro. And then we do 2 custom ones. We do the investors, so connect. You've got LinkedIn. You got GitHub, got X, Twitch and Discord, and YouTube, which would be even better once that's done and verified. And then maybe I'll do like use cases or something like that at the bottom. Used for portfolio or discovery, portfolio, resume, something like that. And then maybe also like founder due diligence. And then we will go for, do you want to go for the plus or the pro? Probably probably won't call it free either. We'll probably call it like personal or something like that. Let's do free pro. Pro seems to be like the what other platforms have we got? We've got amplitude, mix panel. Have they got pricing on here? What do they use? Free, growth, and enterprise. Right. Okay. I need to run indoors for 5 minutes, so I will be back shortly, but I think we're going to probably go with Pro. Pro feels like a professional company. Yeah. I'll be back in a couple of minutes and we will carry on. Right, we're back. Had to go and give the wife a quick hand. She had a couple of bits she needed to do. But we are now back for the remainder. Probably until about 1:30. So we've got about an hour and a half to get going. Where are we? Let's have a look at this. So the blank login screen's fixed. The lockout, that's unblocked. On the magic link escape hatch. Worth being precise about the current model first. The limit is per IP, not per account. Forgot password. I don't know if we've got SMTP enabled on Superbase. Let's maybe not do that in that tab. Let's have a little look. What's error in Superbase? Profiles YouTube connected does not exist. Okay. I'm looking in Superbase at the logs, and there's a recurring log that says columns profile.youtube_connected does not exist. Can you investigate that log and fix that? Because YouTube connected is definitely something that exists. So we need to make sure that the table has a column for it. Get that going, right. Right, authentication. Where would that be? Where would that be? That is going to be... silence and providers, confirm email. We turn the confirm email off. I don't know where that would be. Surely it's on. Yeah, SMTP's on. Ah, okay, it's the dashboard. So the dashboard's trying to pull through the connector. Right, let's come back to the pricing. So we said we would have a free tier. Pro tier. Let's do pro. I think pro feels good. What do they have under the pro tier? We've got we're not going to do an estimate bill, and I don't like this starts at business either. All we'll do is just lump in a certain amount of agent calls a month as part of the pack. What is YouTube doing? It's going absolutely mental. Buffering? Why? How can YouTube be buffering? switch channel, that's fine. Right. Ah, shit, I just remembered. The free tier, there needs to be the basic analytics as well. Basic analytics, it's all coming back to me now. Public page. We need to walk away for 5 minutes. Which actually leads quite nicely into that, because we've got do I limit the MCP access to the Pro tier? We need to... Hey, Sammy Growth, thank you for the follow. So the Pro's going to have voice control. So you'll be able to actually speak to the agent and get it to do the different actions. Then you've got advanced analytics. Then in there you've got the due diligence module. Let's start with the basics. Company, profile. Then you've got the product profiles. This is starting to make sense where it might be worth splitting this into 3 tiers, because there's some people that might just want to register their company and their products but don't care about investment. They don't care about the due diligence and the data room and stuff like that. So what do? They're just free Pro Enterprise. Free growth and enterprise. Pro might not be the right sentiment here. We're just going to call it tier 2 for now. You get to reserve handles on tier 2. So you don't get with the wonky numbers and stuff like that at the end. It's quite nice. What else do you get? You get your dashboard. Maybe we keep the dashboard. Yeah, so dashboard, and you get the plus the pro widgets. So then actually that makes the free dashboard just about you building your profile. So it'll have the really basic analytics, the little connectors panel to show you what you have and you haven't connected. yeah, that feels right. I'll have to validate that. Then we've got tier 3. And this is the data room, the due diligence. What was the third bit? Maybe I'll build a deck builder or something like that into there. We won't gate the discoverability to yeah, I think we're going to have to, because then our investors and the VCs are not going to want to see companies that don't have anything. We don't have to make a massive jump. I think maybe we adjust the pricing so actually to get a company profile it then goes to how does Amplitude do it? Amplitude's in dollars. Why is everything in dollars? Is dollars just a preferred payment? Or is it because they're all American companies? That's fine. Where's that going to? Added priority handles into the third tier, because if someone has taken your handle and you own the company, that's a bit skanky. So then we have the tier 4, which is the investor tier. Not really sure how to price this just yet. It's definitely going to be per seat pricing. But I think we need to do a bit more digging into that, because at this point it becomes a deal sourcing platform. So maybe if we do a flat, relatively low per seat price, but then do a bit of a carry catch. So the investors have got they've got that due diligence view. Then they've got the data room view. They have got MCP, CLI, internal. Then they've got the I've lost it. What was it? Thesis. And then they could be listed as an investor. This is the thing, you've got like open VC as well. So open VC. Again, they're just using DEX, right? How are they pricing? £99 a month. See, this is good. The discounts on Airtable, Stripe, so on and so on. But there's another. What's it called? Let me try and find it on the other tab. Where's it gone? It was called Credits for Startups. And that Credits for Startups has already got an absolutely huge list. '85 programs to be exact. I think they've got more than that actually. Yeah, there's bucket loads. You can't see it because it's on another screen, but 91 programs they've got. And it's free. So I did actually reach out to them to see if they wanted to partner, but didn't hear anything back. It's a bit of a shame, really. so they support. Yeah, you need a referral. That's the problem with it. You need a referral. That's fine though. Right, let's have a little look. Okay, I think that's fixed the errors in post hog, so that's good. Let's go and test the auth now. This is kind of the big piece, so click on login. Put me straight in. Typical. Right, so that should have sent an email. And that did come in. And I click it. And then I've got to put the 2FA code in. Cool. That is working flawlessly. That's really good. Still going to need the 2FA code.
Across the bridge, the river takes its time.
This is really good though.
Far away, your shadow fits with mine. Oh, street glass holds the moon at 10. I keep the route to where we were again. Pieces of us in the rearview glow still remain when the cold wind blows. Closer now and you drift away. Hold the line till the night turns gray. Across the bridge, we come back again. Pieces of us still remain, still remain. Across the bridge.
Okay, so the email came through. The email arrived. That was absolutely fine. The blank login trap. So let's log back out again. Go back in. Sign in. The blank login page is fixed. The MFA bypass is fixed. And the magic sign-in link seems to be working, so that's all good. Is there anything else outstanding on this for the IMV-1 ticket? Let's see if there is anything left. If there is nothing left, then we can move on to the next integrations. This is a big piece though. I need to add that to my my little wins. It's really hard to write on a whiteboard. Okay, yeah, nothing within it. That's all done. Sessions work was hardening, not tickets, definition of done. That's fine. The magic link isn't strictly. That's fine. Who's looking analytics UI is the highest value IMV adjacent piece. The audit data is already being written every time a seat views a company, so it's read only at the top of the screen. As long as the who's looking piece is recorded as part of a ticket that needs to be done, we're going to leave that for now. We need to get back on track with getting some more of the connections done, which are the ones inside of wave 2. So confirm that IMV-1 is done to a standard where we can move on to the wave 2, and then we will pick up the wave 2 tickets. Okay, we're getting there. Right, while that's whirring, because that is now going to pick up all of the good stuff. Oh no, we're back already. Right, so we've got who's looking, which is ticketed properly. It's inside of the feed 1 ticket and the view analytics. That's cool. Right, core boundary ship, test proven. Okay, everything else is deferred. Crucial for the connectors. Wave 2 is gated on that. The gate is now open. Right, let's compact. Let's go back to this. Then we've got the fun stuff. Verified head count. So it wants to do 0 slow external app review. Okay, start the certification clock now. Build a fast approval free win in parallel.
Tired eyes, lost in the lanes, on the riverside. Your name fades out in the rearview glass. I keep moving slow,
What do we do?
let the dark
Let's have a look at the 0.
still here.
What's it called? 0 app external app. I don't know, something like that.
The sunrise here.
Find apps that integrate with 0 to help you maintain your cash flow. Da 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 da. How do I? Got to be something in here, right? Get support, sustainability. App integrators. Get connected with our app integrators. App integrators are experts in recommending and setting up the right software. Da, 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 da. Connecting apps. Integration is currently deactivated and is not taking any more applications. What? Is there just an API? Developer programs, referral programs. Become an app partner. Sign up for a free account to build on the platform. Take a look at getting started, SDKs and other steps you need to complete for certification. Find customers who love your app. You'll need 10 to get certified. Okay. Right. So. Setting up your 0 app store listing. Log in, select. Okay. Logo SVG, logo background color, that's fine. Industries, functions, short description. Okay. About video provider, video ID. Placeholder image. Oh, fucking hell, it's really long. Really, really long. The zero application submission process and approval process is incredibly long. I've attached a link so you can see it. Whilst it's going to be really good to get that on there long term as a solid, you know, partnership between us and Zero, for now that is way too much effort. I think one of the next immediate wins is going to be around the team registry. Let me in. Oh fuck. I'm gonna have to take that 2FA code off while I'm testing. That's awful. At the moment, under the team evidence section, it's just got the team size, but what you can't do is link that to other Fons profiles. So what I want to be able to do is now have this as an interconnected system. So when somebody has created their company and they're going into the team evidence, they can do a lookup against the email address or the handle of another user on Fons to add them to their company. What we should probably do is set up some sort of notification system where the user that has been added to the company can approve it or reject it. Once a company has linked their domain and they've got domain authority, so we know it is @FonsVC, for example, anybody that applies with a company email @FonsVC automatically falls under the team evidence page for the company founder to accept or reject. Does this align with what we had inside the Con-4 team registry cross-check ticket, or is this additional scope?
Through the mist, I see your name.
Let's see what that says.
One last wish won't feel the same. Every memory.
I've got a feeling that's going to be ticking for a minute, so we're going to hop back over to Figma while that's doing that, because there's a lot of stuff in there.
And holds me fast.
Let's pop that back up.
Fade a little slow.
Right, so this all looks pretty good.
Take me through
Pricing.
still know.
Do we keep the pricing simple and do we go for just 3 tiers? So we have a free, we have a pro, and then we have an investor to get going. Or do we have 4? I kind of think that we should do 4. I think that would give a lot more flexibility around the profiles, but let's look at this estimate bill, right? Wow. Wow. Maybe that's how we price it, is based on team slots. So anybody can create a profile to join the team. It's so much a month. This is worth a check. Right, that's fixed. Please don't tell me that's running on Sonnet. No, it's not. So using one agent only and no sub-agents, I want you to piece together what a pricing structure could look like for a company where adding users to the team has an additional cost. So my idea behind the pricing structure is that user profiles are free, but company profiles are paid. So when somebody takes on a company profile, they or the founder will be the person that pays £29 a month. My thinking is within that £29 a month, that can have up to 5 team members. I'm then thinking that there is an add-on, so if they have more than 5 team members, they pay a surcharge on top of that. For example, it could be £39 a month for an extra 5 team members or something like that. The users that have access or that are accepted into the company profile would then be able to access the company metrics and things like that. But unless the founder or the owner of the company promotes them to a management or something like, or a manager tier or something like that, they can't add any connectors and they can't edit anything. What this does is build affiliation between the public profile and the company. Let's see what he thinks. So, provenance ladder for team membership. So, self-attested. Found the types of headcount. That's fine. Member confirmed. So, invite a Fons user by handle or email, and they accept it. That feels like a sensible flow. Domain corroborated. So member's email is on the company's verified domain. And then the last one is the member matches the company's house officer. I don't. This whole company's house thing is so gated. It's like really UK specific. Yeah, so write a ticket up properly for the connected team aspect first. I have a very strange gut feeling that the integration that we are looking to do inside of Con 4, I think. Where is Con 4? Can't see it. There. Isn't really going to prove what we want it to do, because the company's house officers, I don't understand how you would tie a profile back to that. Is it done on email address or is it done on something else?
Across the bridge, far away.
I don't really see the harm in that.
Pull me home in the dark between you and cross the bridge, far away. Pieces of us still remain. Across the bridge, don't fade away. Pieces of us still remain. Across the bridge, far away. Pieces of us still remain. Silent rain on the glass. Your name drifts through the dash. Pride glows in blue and gold. I hold the night and I let it roll. If I turn,
Right, that's fine.
in the blur, you don't fade.
So let's have a look. Company's house. Oh fuck me, it's jumping around. Company's house officer record contains name, date of birth, nationality, service email, service address, role, and there is no email. So there's no identifier at all as proof. Let's just see the plan that it spins up.
Past my eyes, every light feels borrowed tonight. Your voice comes in a wave, soft and close, then it drifts away. If I turn, will you stay in the blur? You don't fade. Silent rain, call my name. Silent rain, call my name. Nothing stays the same. Nothing stays the same. Silent rain, take me there. Silent rain, take me there. In the dark I still care. In the dark I still care. Hold this moment, hold this frame. In the haze, we are the same.
Right, gut feeling.
Silent
No email or unique ID in the company's house data.
stays the same.
This is mad.
Nothing stays
You can literally.
the same. Silent rain, take me there. Silent rain, take me there. In the dark I still care. In the dark I still care.
Domain tier fail close rule. Because we run deferred email verification, a sign up isn't proof of control. So I've locked it. Unconfirmed company domain email can surface as a suggestion, but earns a domain badge once the email is confirmed. Only confirmed, yeah. Team size save is self-attested. Founder who doesn't want to build the graph, that's fine.
Midnight air, you were there by the river stones, under carved old stairs. Cold tram hum.
So I'm struggling to now see the value in the company's house connectors for the we'll come back to it. Move to the implementation phase of Team 1. The outcome of this should be a full working ticket. We need to make sure that it is quality assured. We've done a good solid code review on it, and there's also security scans run against it, because this is tying a user profile against the company. Right, let's have a look at the pricing. So, Fons team member isn't a new paid account, it's a personal profile that gets linked to the company. You're never charging for someone's account creation, you're charging the company for the right to hold more than N verified affiliations. Important distinction, because it means the thing you're offering costs you basically nothing to provide. The price is pure willingness to pay, and every filled seat simultaneously builds the person company graph you want. Hold that thought, right. So billable unit is the company profile, payer is the owner and founder, base at 29, which is the founding price, going to go up to 49 and includes 5 seats. Everyone accepted can view. Manager seat costs the same as a member seat. You monetize the head count. Okay. Blocks are easier to say in one sentence, but they create a rage moment. The person that had the 16 rating, yeah, I feel like the per seat coverage is probably better if I go down that route. Every accepted seat is a mutually verified person. Yeah.
Soft heartbeat, hands on the wheel, no rush, no heat. Glass on the river,
Okay.
slow moving light. We keep it quiet under the night. Every step feels complete.
Inviting accept handshake. Both sides consent. Verified affiliation. That's fine. Leaving or remove the edge becomes a past affiliation. That's good. Downgrade below the seat count.
Every step feels complete. Soft heartbeat. Soft heartbeat. We drift and we believe.
So I think you're right about the view only on the members. So a founder creates the company and they are the paying account. They can add as many view only members as they want. I think the right way of adding per seat coverage as an additional user is to go down the per seat coverage as opposed to the blocks, because I think you're absolutely right about the raging part. If you go to 6, you're then paying for the next block, and that just doesn't feel right. So this means that the paid seat is just a manager of the account, so they have access to the company's account and then they can manage the roles and the permissions.
Soft heartbeat, empty streets, soft heartbeat. Every step feels complete. Soft heartbeat, soft heartbeat. We drift and we believe.
Can't do $99 a month.
River flows past the stone, under glass, through the bone. No one knows where we go. In the dark, soft and slow. Hold my hand, let it drift. Under bridges, time will shift. Hear the hush.
We need to make a clear distinction about a member or a user that belongs to a company as a manager and then a member that wants to start their own company. We don't currently have multi-company setups. So if you belong to a company, you are the manager of that company. If you want to start your own company, you need to then pay the full subscription. So this means that the founder or the owner of the company is the one that pays the seat cost, not the user. As part of the plan that we're putting together here, we need to think about the multi-company infrastructure, which I think means that we're going to need to update the UI on the application as well.
Your eyes say, stay a while. One more mile, one more
I think with pricing right now, we go immediately to £49 a month rather than keeping it at 29. Extra manager seats on top of the £49 a month are a flat £5 per month. We aren't going to do headcount caps for managers, so the founder or the creator of the company will just pay on top of what they've got for managers of that company. As we've already agreed, the members, or just the people that belong to the company, the employees, are view only, read only. They can't do anything, so there's no cost to them. Come back with what you think about this plan, and then we can write it up into a formal ticket. I definitely think it's the right thing to do. Ooh, there's a new cohort with London Venture Capital. Let's have a look at this.
Far away, I still feel you.
Let's have a little look at this.
Dreams remain
12-week
in the dark.
in-person program designed for young professionals, recent graduates and outstanding students looking to accelerate their career in venture capital, startups and the wider private capital ecosystem.
On the glass, hold me close and let go. One more turn through the blue. I can see what we were, fading slow into you. Dreams we made, dreams we made.
Such a shame it's in person. It just costs me so much money to get to London. I'd probably apply to it. That obviously would mean that I'd have to pause Fons as well, and I don't want to do that because we've got some really good early traction.
Cigarette nights on the road, cold windows, soft and slow. Every light passes by, but your name does not go. Hold me close and let go. One more turn,
Right, let's have a look at this. So what have we got?
see what we were.
Tax capability, not headcount, which is the right version. Okay.
Dreams we made, dreams we made. Like your voice.
So personal profiles are free. Members of a company are free. The manager of the company is free to the person that is using it, and then the company owner for up to £5 a month. One person can be a manager at 3 companies and a member at 2. Never receive a bill. The moment they want to start their own company, they then pound that £49 a month. That's perfect. Multi-company, billing side is also per company today, so pricing stays consistent. Gap is the identity model in the UI, so a person's company membership table with a role. So we're missing the person's company membership table with a role. Company switcher, per company Stripe subscription. You own 2 companies, there's 2 subscriptions. Multi-affiliation on the public profile. Managers can manage the roles and the permissions. Managers can manage 3 view-only members, but only the owner can create and remove a manager. That's fine. That refinement is absolutely fine. I agree with that. It's just me wording it badly. Let's not do the nominating someone. That feels like more ag than it's worth. So the grandfathering of the users that are on the £29 price is absolutely fine. I'm fine with dropping the founding price hook. We've got good market fit here on this, so this is fine. Demote and leave, that is a really good point. We need to strip that. If the seats aren't paid for or they leave the business. This is the same with the ownership transfer. If the owner closes the business or stops paying, that will need to sit dormant for 30 days, and then the new owner of the business should claim the business rather than it being a direct transfer. If we're going to go down the route of the transfer as well, which I think is fine, we still have to lock that profile until the billing is updated. The enforcement is also a really important part here, so keep that in mind. I want you to write this up as a multi-part epic set of tickets to work towards achieving this. This isn't going to be done immediately. This is going to be done after the rework of the main website, once we move from the landing page to the marketing site. push through.
Close your eyes, let the dark move slow, street by street, I let the distance go. Your name hangs in the rearview glow, and I keep on where the cold winds blow. Though you're gone, used to pull me in under glass skies. I can feel
What's
you
that
spin.
on? Is that on?
Hold that breath, let the night begin. I'm not lost yet, I'm just deep within. Close your eyes.
So they're using Linktree.
Though you're gone, you're inside.
Secure me platform.
Feel the tide. You're still here on the inside.
Is this it?
Looking out on the silver track, my thoughts drift, but they don't drift back. Every turn leaves a softer mark, and the moon stays like a quiet spark. Though you're gone, you still pull me in under glass skies. I can feel you spin. Hold that breath, let the night begin. I'm not lost yet, I'm
I don't
just
think we
deep
need to be on that.
Close your eyes, feel the tide. Though you're gone, you're inside.
Where's the page gone?
Close your eyes, feel the tide.
Ah, it's MCP'd golden. That'll be why.
On the inside.
Right, let's lock in with Figma for 5 minutes and we'll see where we end up.
If the world fades, I won't fight it down. I'll let it roll through the edge of town. One more mile, then the pulse comes back, and your echo traces every track.
So then we've got da 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 da, and then need a little doodle under here for recruitment.
Close your eyes, feel the tide. Though you're gone, you're inside. Close your eyes, feel the tide. You're still here on the inside.
That'd be a little contact us button or something like that. So we have. Oh, let's just limit it. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep Let's keep it simple. So this now becomes the tier 2. Becomes
lake below, the city glow. Your hands still know. Hearts can heal, moving slow.
right. That feels more like it. Where's the rubber gone? We need to get off the wall.
Till the night turns.
These rubbers are terrible.
Take me there, where the water.
Sure, they probably work alright on the board. They do not work very well on these little magnetic sticky note things at all.
Take me low. Hearts can heal.
Right, that's it. And then we've got the investor. So 3.
Let it show. Hearts can heal, moving slow.
Right, I think I've got it. I'm going to test that pricing, see how we get on.
Cold glass on the window line.
Okie dokie.
It's mine. Every scar falls behind. Hold me close till the night.
So the pricing is going to be 3 tiers.
Me there, where the water rolls. Lake below. Take me low.
So then in here we have a... This is the problem with not organising it and being lazy.
Hearts can heal, moving slow. If the road fades out, we stay a while under Zurich skies. I learn your smile. Leave me alone. Take me low. Hearts can heal, moving slow. Leave me low.
Marsom. Yeah, good. I'm alright. I'm not too bad at all, thank you. How are you doing? I don't know about big business, man. I wish I was a big businessman. We're still at a very firm £0 a month at the moment. We're still building, still building.
Moonlit glass, moments pass, holding on to what won't last. Your hands in the dash close, the whole world drifts slow.
Well, this is the thing, right? If you don't build in public these days, no one knows what you're doing or, you know, the product that you're building. So I'm trying to get everything that I'm doing out in the public. People can see what Fons is about. Try and get, you know, early profile sign-ups and things like that, because anyone can register now. That Discord is for that's for my metaverse rather than for the business. We do have a Discord for the business. There's nobody in it yet. You can be the first person if you want to be a founding member. That gave me an excuse to set the bot up later if you to join it. I keep meaning to do it. It's one of those things, bit of a chore that I need to get done. I'll drop the link in the. Oh, maybe I will, maybe I won't. There we go. Not really so much. The reason I say that is because the Twitch following that I've got is mainly for gaming at the moment. I'm more interested at the moment in building YouTube. YouTube's a bit more versatile and it seems to be where a lot of the builders are now starting. Nine. It's a very low number. You can be my 10th if you want. Truth be told, I don't know. I've not really been tracking it. Just been so much more sort of tunnel visioned into making sure that the product's coming along well. I think it's 9. It might not even be that. 8. 8. That's alright, we're getting there. It started at 0, so having 8's good. Okay, tell me a bit more. I've had a couple of people drop in and offer something similar today.
One more dream, one more scene. I keep it close and let it breathe. Same dark road, same quiet pool. Your face in glass, my
Yeah. So the other people that have dropped by have been on 𝐀𝐬𝐩𝐫𝐭𝐡. 𝐀𝐬𝐽 seems to be quite prolific for it. There's the link.
Soft and clean.
Oh, thank you. It's a journey, right? The more people that hop on the train, you can get a free Fons profile. Hop on, go and grab one now. There's 16 other people that are registered so far. Basically, you can make a profile and use it to get found on ChatGPT. You can use it to make personal projects, profiles, portfolios, a bit of everything. How are you planning on boosting it? Have you got a community or something like that that you're sharing to?
If I wait, don't pull me back. Let the blur turn into black. One more breath, one more sign. I am here. I am fine. One more dream, one more scene. Nothing's ever what it seems.
Oh, right, okay. Well, drop me a message on Discord. I'm just about to literally sign off. I've been going for about 4 hours this morning. So yeah, drop me a message in one of the channels, and we'll talk. We'll see if we can sort something out. Plan. All right, nice one. We'll speak on there and we'll see if we can sort something out. But I am going to wrap up. So we have had 26 viewers across all of the streams today. We've been streaming to 4 or 5 different platforms through Streamlabs this morning. We have got quite a lot done. Doesn't really seem like we've got a lot done, but we've built out the Figma template ready for the new site build. So we're going to turn this into something. Then we have built the investor integration, so investors can now get a seat on the platform to start using the MCPs and the CLIs to see the registered startups and things like that. We have killed off a couple of connections because they were just not that great. We've got Company's House. What else have we got? It's been busy. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background, but I am going to close off here. I might pop back on tonight. Might do a bit of an after hours session. So if anybody's watching along, I'll probably stream that to Twitch. It's not really something that I really want to push to YouTube. So I want to keep YouTube mainly for the day content. But yeah, if you're about, tune in. Otherwise, I hope you all have a good day, good afternoon, and we will speak tomorrow. I'll be back online around 9 o'clock and we'll get cooking again. Thanks everyone.